Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 and the 2020 season, the 2026 season update. Tonight it's round 4 of our run with Aston Martin and we are heading to Miami. Hello, how are you all doing? It's good to see you all. Miami. And it's been a bit of a break for a while. We've got a month until we actually start this Grand Prix. So maybe, just maybe, we can get ourselves slightly improved for Miami. I think more than likely it'll be a case of waiting until after Miami before we get our next upgrades. But there's a good chance that the rest of the AI is going to absolutely shoot forward here. So this could be a very bad race. We've had a couple of bad races. We've had a couple of we've had an okay race, an okay sprint. China was an absolute disaster for the main race. We were so slow there. We weren't too bad last night. We weren't quick, but we were quicker than Checo, and Valtteri retired. So in our head-to-head fight with Cadillac, we are on top at the moment, but it's a hollow victory. We are ahead by the tiniest of margins over them. In fact, they probably have a slightly better car than us, but we've got Fernando, and I think that is the deciding factor at the moment. What would we do if we lose Fernando? It doesn't even bear thinking about right now. If Lance Stroll was our number one driver. How you doing, Dino? Good to see you. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat. As always, please feel free to say hello. And if you've got any questions, ask away. I'll see what I can do to answer those for you. So, we've got that month to kill, haven't we? The first thing we need to do is get our pit crew training started. So let's jump in there. Our pit crew has had a lot of good training so far, but they haven't hit the consistency they need. And I think that we need to focus a little bit more on skills than we have been on pure gym training to get that consistency up a little bit. So whereas we've gone pure speed at every opportunity, we are going to rein that in a little bit from now on. We're going to start the month because we're going to start with zero fatigue and it's going to take a while to build up. We are going to start making the most of that with some full-on gym training. But beyond that first week or so, once we get to the point where it's going to start registering fatigue on a daily basis, we are going to go to split training. And it's getting there now. So let's go ahead and start putting in split training. We've got to make sure we don't completely abandon our car building as well. Oops. Too many clicks there. But I think we need to get these numbers up. Because, I mean, as you can see, look, our estimated pit stop time is now under 2.7 seconds. But the reality is we're still more often than not getting a 2.9 second stop. So I think boosting our skills will actually get a bit more consistency in hitting our best time. It's not just a case of throwing out everything into speed and hoping that that's going to be enough, because you'll get lucky and get a good one every now and again, but without consistency, the odds of you hitting it on a regular basis almost zero. So we want to make sure, because everyone's pit crew isn't great at the moment, we want to make sure that we are consistently chipping in points. Any money we can bring in at the end of the season is a good thing, and the better we do in this competition, the more money we can win from that. Given that we're not likely to get much in the prize fund because we're likely to finish 10th or 11th, then, you know, this could be a very good source of extra income for us. So we want to make sure that we capitalize on that where we can. helpful that we've got Andy Stevenson as our sporting director, because he is one of the best sporting directors in the database. Gives us that a little bit more flexibility, and I think that is the start of Miami Grand Prix. We'll double check that in a second. I want to make sure that we're not going to carry any fatigue into that final day, if that is the case. So I'm going to just ease that down like that. That takes us to 9-0, and then I think that would be our Grand Prix, because we were, what, 30 days away? That's 30 days. So I'm pretty sure that that is going to be the start of our Grand Prix. So let's hit save and confirm that that training. There we go. And let's take a gander at the actual proper calendar. And there you can see, look, the 1st of May is going to be our Grand Prix. So we're going to go in perfectly rested. What we want. We're going to get the new ATR the week before we go as well, or on the week of the Grand Prix. Where are we right now? We're a week away from getting some cash from the sponsors. Let's advance time a little bit. And that's a spare wing or two. And I just saw it in the feed here. We've got a vote coming up here as well. We've got a regulation vote just here to determine what changes there'll be for next season. That could be an interesting option. So let's see what options we get. We've also got the option to invest in Mari Boyer, one of our reserve drivers, our affiliates. 400,000. What am I actually doing, Mari, at the moment? Is he on driver training or is he working on the car? Let's have a look. 21 years old. Stats are... He's on car development. Maybe he's getting better stats will improve the car built, his contribution to that. So we will go ahead and invest in Mari Boyer. It's a little expensive at 400,000, but we'll do it. And then these are the reg votes. So it's chassis and side pods. So 10% on one, 30% on the other. Logic would dictate that we go with chassis focus changes for a couple of reasons. We don't have the greatest chassis, so it wouldn't hurt us as much. But having said that, all of our cars are pretty bad, so I don't really think from that kind of point of view it matters which one of these we take. There are two other ways to look at it. The first one is that if we choose chassis focus changes, we can hopefully get more out of our ATR, because we've only got two things that we need to improve with ATR periods against just three things here, which we can probably cover off with relatively low level research. This would need hours. Or we can go with this one, because that will potentially hurt the top teams a little bit more. I think because we need to really focus on developing our car, I think for us it probably makes sense to go with the chassis focus changes. Try and divert as few resources from improving this season's car as possible. So that we don't have to overcompensate with with research. So let's go with chassis focus changes. Let's see if the grid goes with the same option. They might decide to go the other way. So we shall see on that in just a few days. Evening, Mike. Good to see you. Right, sponsor money is incoming. we have achieved the target with a little bit of overshoot as well, which is nice. So that's nearly 6 million there. Pretty sure we had a mandatory as well. Oh, no, we didn't. I thought we did. All right, well, even so, that's still a nice little bit of cash. So we can immediately go ahead. We've got 6.2 mil. That's enough for 2 intense upgrades. Or 1 intense wing upgrade, which we're not going to do that. But we are going to see which one we haven't done yet. Side pods has not had any upgrade yet. We've got our new ATR as well. Going to hold off on the hours for now. I'm going to use that in research, I think, to get that first bit of research done. So we'll wait a week until we get the results of the regulation vote. And then decide where to use our ATR. But we can, at the very least, take a nice bit of weight off of our side pod. So I'm going to give a slight extra tweak to drag reduction at the expense of a little bit of engine cooling. And we're going to leave airflow alone. So that will give us some extra downforce. It will give us a nice little bit of extra speed, a little bit of extra acceleration, partly as a result of the weight saving by dropping the weight right down, partly because the slightly improved drag reduction, and then an extra 4 and a bit % on our engine cooling will take us closer to a 50% overall. So I'm quite happy with that. Let's get that into development. There we go. And got a couple of options. We could do another single project that's intense, or we could start maybe thinking about going with smaller normal upgrades. I want to go with another intense chassis because the generic gains on their own, they're not massive. So I think if we go with yet another intense, we will really start to boost our knowledge a little bit on our chassis. So the chassis, we want a tiny bit of extra speed on that. Just a touch on the straight line effectiveness, I think. We'll lose a little bit overall on engine cooling and airflow. I'm okay with that. Chassis, I want that to be our main sort of speed component. So again, we'll get a nice little bit of speed, acceleration. We'll get some downforce again because we've dropped the weight off the car. But if we didn't, we would actually, I think, be losing slightly in a couple of areas. There you can see we would actually get minor gains, but our expertise level will go down ever so slightly. But that's okay. We'll go intense again. And that's us basically out of cash again. 246,000. It's not quite enough for us to get another rear wing, which I just remembered we needed to make an extra rear wing, but we'll be able to do that in a moment. In a few days we'll get a next payment through from the tour center, and that will give us the money for 1 rear wing. So let's have a look. We have no mandatory activity listed, but we're off another 5.78 mil again. We want Danny Rick doing something. That's why we hired him. And let's get Stoffel doing something. And let's send off 2 engineers. Something we could do as well. We could potentially reduce the number of engineers we have. And let's go with a tour of the factory, because it's going to take us a month until we've actually got anything that we need to build, really. So we can afford to give up a little bit of time on that. For the next 6 weeks, we can get a good chunk of that being used to help with sponsorship stuff. So we'll do that. There we go. Let me go over to our staffing page. And we have 10 engineers. 2 of them are busy at the moment, so we want to drop that down by 4. And that will reduce our engineer salaries. As you can see, it's currently 52,800 a month. That's for 10 engineers. And we're going to drop it down to 6. And so we're going to save a nice little bit of cash. In fact, actually, I think we're only paying for 8 and 4 at the moment. Yeah, the salary's been reduced because the engineers aren't actually being paid by us at the moment. I didn't realise that. That's kind of cool. So I'm still learning things about this game. Alright, yeah, we'll change the team size and we'll effectively halve our wage bill on engineers. It's not a massive saving, but 26.5 grand a month, it'll add up. It will definitely add up. Right. Is there anything else I needed to get done? Not yet. I need a little bit more cash. There is a spare chassis. I hope. Is it actually a spare? Oh, we've got 4 in the warehouse now. But we are about to lose a couple, I think, through wear and tear. So, yeah, that'll take us back down again. Let's see the results of the reg vote. How is the money going to be allocated, or has the testing restrictions going to be allocated out? Let's have a look. It is what we wanted. Chassis focus changes. Mercedes and Haas voted against, as did Cadillac, but the vote passes with an 8-3 majority. So very, very nice there. So now we know where that research needs to go to cover that off. I'm up to 343,000 thanks to the money from our tour centre. Let's go into the warehouse. Rear wings, I've only got 1 spare, and both of them are at medium risk of wearing out, so that will potentially leave me with no spare rear wings and 1 short on a car. So let's get 1 built, just to make sure that if they do both go in Miami, we can at least make sure both cars still have 1. And I think that's everything we can get done now. It's 18 days to Miami and 24 days until our aero projects are complete. So yeah, no upgrades for us going to Miami, unfortunately, but upgrades to come for Canada. Possibly. Depends how quickly we can get them built. Let's see. April staff surveys. A lot of okay faces. Oh wow, everyone's getting infected with the grumpy virus. We've got 3 members of our team that are positive. Everyone else is neutral, and everybody is unhappy about the car. Well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense because it is a terrible car. But hey, I inherited this terrible car. I did not create it. So doing the best I can. And I just accidentally turned on my AI tracking on my camera. So let me turn that off again. There we go. Right. Yeah, it's not following me anymore. Good. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. We only got 1 week left on the ATR. What? Really? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We are going to lose an entire ATR. Because I don't have any money. Oh, no. Alright, that one's on me. Oh, shit. Yeah, I just wasted an ATR. I never waste an ATR. Not by choice, anyway. Oh, man. That's bad. Just given up a huge potential jump in performance. Why didn't I just put that on one of the parts we were designing? I know why. But, oh, man. Oh, crap. We've only got 8 months left on Fernando. I thought he was still contracted. Okay, we need to see if we can sweet talk him. This could be tricky. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. His appeal is way above. Or his current satisfaction is way above the appeal box. It went down quick the second I touched his money, though. Let's see if I can get him for 17 mil. And this would be an immediate offer. So this would overwrite his current salary, which is only 7 months left. But it would save me 3 mil a year on this year. It's not going to happen in time to save me enough money to get any money for the ATR, but yeah, that's a mess, isn't it? While we're here as well, let's take a quick look at drivers. We've got scouting information. Who were we looking at? Lindblad and Hajar. We've used Hajar before, which is why I'm a little hesitant to take him. Plus, I don't think he'd actually want to sign for us. Oh, it's still too soon anyway. Recently started a contract. Lindblad, though, is actually open to a deal. And he would make sense as assigning a British driver for a British team in that regard. I don't think there was anyone else that we could really look at, was there? There's no way we can afford Hamilton. Hamilton is currently on 70 million a year. And yeah, I don't want Hamilton. Let's see where he ends up, if anywhere, next season. Charles Leclerc, 3 years left on his deal. See, this is strange. When I started a Ferrari deal, he had 7 years remaining on his deal. Something a little screwy. Antonelli and Piastri are both tied up on longer contracts. I don't really want Sainz. He's going to be on the decline. Same for Hulkenberg. Don't really want Gasly. Plus, he's locked up for 3 years. Don't want Albon. Wouldn't mind Ollie Behrman, but I mean, he is future Ferrari bound, and also can't afford to buy him out yet. Well, having said that, 1.93 is not that expensive. And it would be less if we're buying him out for next season. Do I make an offer for the bear? Let's scout him. Take a look at his stats and everything. He might be an interesting signing for next season. Who else could we look at? I don't really want Borty. Don't want Lawson. Don't want Yuki. Yeah, it's basically going to come down to the bear or Lindblad, isn't it? I think. Leaving the mic on. Yeah, okay. So, we'll get our scout results back on Ollie Behrman. And we might see if we can buy him out of his contract, because that buyout fee is actually pretty low. The AI doesn't pay buyout fees, but we do. Yeah, we have to be very wary of those. That's why I never bother putting break clauses in contracts either. Not anymore. Because if I need to renegotiate a contract, it has to be longer than the contract that's currently in existence, or else I'm going to pay through the nose to break the existing contract. It is not ideal. So, I can't believe I'm wasting an ATR, but I just don't have enough time to get enough money in to use it. I need to check the calendar. How did we get to that point? Oh, I see. I thought we just had one. That's why I wasn't paying attention. I thought we just had an ATR, right before here or right after here. Didn't realise that carried over from the beginning of March. Look, from there, 2nd of March is when that ATR started. Did I not use that before then? That's very weird. I can't believe that I never picked up on that. What was I thinking? I must have been thinking something when I didn't use it, right at the beginning of its period. It's too late now, unfortunately. We have a low number of underfloors. Yes, we know about that. Let's make sure that both cars are fitted with everything that they should be. Both on the Mark II there. Mark II there. The Mark II there. The Mark I side pods, there's no point checking for a different mark because we've just started building the next ones or designing them. There's the underfloors. And there are the suspensions. All right. There it goes. Our ATR has gone. Oh, man, I can't believe that. Can't believe that. Right, let's take a look at Ollie Behrman. And let's compare him to Lance Stroll. He's only 20 years old and he's better in almost everything than Lance Stroll, which says a lot. And I haven't touched anything there. Zach O'Sullivan is Australian. He races under a British nationality, I believe. Zach O'Sullivan. You sure you're not thinking of Christian Mansell? Because a lot of people mistake him for British and he's Australian. I need to check that myself now. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's an Irish lad, Zach O'Sullivan. Let's see what Google says. Yeah, British racing driver. He was born in Chelsea. So, yeah. Yeah, Zach O'Sullivan is British. And then moved to Cheltenham. Yeah, a lot of people think Mansell. You'd be amazed how many people think Mansell in here. Christian Mansell's related to Nigel Mansell. He's not. But a lot of people think he should be British, and he's not. He's Australian. Evening, Eric. Okay. Bye-bye, ATR. I can't believe I never used you. Matilda goes up by points. Very nice. Something purple in the inbox. Ooh, counter offer from Fernando. That's not too much of a change. Oh, that's a big change. Let's make a counter offer. We are going to do that. 17.5 mil. I am going to get rid of the race bonus and get rid of the signing bonus because I don't really have any money to spend on signing bonuses at the moment. And we'll give him an extra season. There we go. So basically offer him an extra $500,000 on what we did the first time. Okay, monthly affiliates updates. How are young'uns getting on? Murray Boy has gained a point in control. Doesn't seem like much, especially if we just put 400k on him. But of course, he is in car development, so he's not going to develop as quickly. Good to see that Taito's gained a couple of points as well, as has Matilda. She's gained 3 points this month. Not bad. No change to our main drivers. And that is it for our build-up. We are now ready to head to Miami. So, let's see what everyone else is up to. Haas have got a new suspension, and they're working on yet another suspension. So, they are very much going to be focusing on tyre wear by the look of it. And then, let's see, McLaren. Oh, they're still complaining. Oh, it's such a difficult season. Oh. Yeah, we went through that last night. They are just 6 points behind Red Bull in the fight for second. What a difficult season that must be for them. I'm getting really sarky, really salty and really sarcastic these last couple of seasons that we've been playing. Oh dear, oh dear. Car report reads really badly. Yeah, that's not great at all, is it? Let's see. It's a sprint weekend. It's going to be hot, so tyres could easily overheat. No rain expected. Let's have a quick gander at the predicted temperatures. Might be wet for the sprints, and then going to be blazing hot on the race day. So this could be a very interesting Grand Prix weekend in that respect. Not going to do very well in the sprint, I don't think. But we may possibly be able to capitalise on wet running in qualifying to maybe get out of Q2 or get into Q2. We shall see. Let's get ourselves packed up and heading off to Miami. Oh, wait, hang on. I've got to do my training first. I was like all ready to press the buttons and pay more attention. Right, cumulative. What's our upper T? It's only 6% on day 2. That's good. Once again, we're going to try and make sure that we are building up the skills as well as the speed for a while now. Make sure that we get a bit more consistency into our stop times because they are coming down. You can see we're now at 2.65. Well, you know, for a pit stop, which is much better. But without that consistency in achieving those, it doesn't matter what our prediction is. We could easily just do nothing and continue at the 2.9s that we've been hitting. least we've got a little break before we go to Canada. So that 3-week break means there's a good chance that we can get those suspensions and chassis that we're working on ready and on the car for Canada. I hope so, because a little bit of a performance boost going to that Grand Prix would be much appreciated. Don't get away with that much training here. Maybe. That's worked out very nicely. Can I maximise the time? I think I can. Yeah, look at that. Lovely. And then coming out, fatigue's a little bit higher this time. We'll just do some general training. Little too high here. That's a little too high. So let's dial our training back a touch here, which will mean 24%, right at the limit of what I like to do. There we go. So that's not too bad. That's not a bad month of training there. We're going to bring the average down a little bit, but we are going to continue to bring that chance of a mistake down. It was what, 16, 17, 18% at the start of the year. We've got that down to 13.5% now, and we're working on the car building nicely too. Good stuff. Evening, Wayne. Right, now we are ready to make our way over to Miami. I am gonna be all doom and gloom here again. 20th for Fernando is a pipe dream. I'm banking on a retirement for that one. 21st for Lance. Off we go.
Once again, we touch down in Miami as F1 returns to the Magic City. We're in the state of year-round summer. The streets of Miami Gardens will come alive with the roar of racing, and the excitement is only just beginning.
In this round, the teams have 2 races to contend with both the sprint and the Grand Prix offering the chance to bag some championship points.
It's time then for another thrilling weekend of F1 drama.
Okay, let's get our car turned around quickly if we can. Going to keep the hard tires on the car here, just looking at car parts. Yeah, still going to use these in practice. Oh, excuse me. Little bit of gas there. Took a big old swig of drink while the camera was off, and it caught up to me. So Miami is normally about 17 laps if we want to do 2 runs. I think 15 laps should be enough to get our feedback in. So we'll leave it at 15. May have to stretch them a lap or 2, and if we do, we'll adjust that for the next run. There's Fernando chatting away, loving the fact that he's the same height as the engineers. To keep Fernando happy, in his contract, we've had to basically hire a whole team of people who are 4'10". So you'd be amazed how much that costs. I think that's probably the main, that might be the main reason for, you know, Fernando's huge wage, is it has to pay for those changes. That, or someone has to follow him around with a box, so that when he can stand on the box and be the same height as everyone else. I don't know. It's coming up with silly things now. Let's go with a 7 on the front and a 13.5 on the rear. I'm going to go with a 3.7, I think, on this car. I'm going to whack that all the way up, and I'm going to take that down a little bit. too much. We'll go with a 0.25. So Stroll's car is done. Let's change it up slightly for Fernando's. Let's go with a 7.5 on the front and a 13. We'll go with a 1.9. Again, I'm going to whack that all the way up, and I think I'm going to leave that in the middle. Yeah, I'm going to leave that in the middle. And let's send them out.
Radio check.
Here we go.
Yeah, now I hear you.
Yep, radio's
Eric's
loud and
having
clear.
problems with not being able to beat Mercedes. Yeah, well, everyone is. That's the whole point. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? I'm just going to pause this because we might need to go back a little bit. We forgot to check whether or not we would get our engine upgrade period before we went to Miami. Let me very quickly pop the database and have a check. News. Turning points. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, not yet. Okay, that's fine. We will continue. How does the new realistic work? Mod work with Megajoules and Harvest. You can deploy more on a lap. Yeah, kind of. You can also harvest more. If you take a look, it says you can harvest up to 12 megajoules, or deploy it to 12 megajoules and harvest up to 9. In reality, it's very unlikely you'll ever actually deploy that much. That's the maximum limit, but it's basically starting a lap with a completely full battery, burning that off, and then harvesting 4 megajoules, deploying another 4 megajoules, harvesting another 4 megajoules, deploying another 4 megajoules. And you can harvest a little bit more on top of that as well. You can harvest 9, but it's going to be varying from track to track. Not every track is going to be exactly the same. And it's never going to be a case of you fill the battery up to 4 and then it discharges. It's going to be a constant draining and charging and draining and charging. So let's watch. Let's put this in neutral. And let's watch Fernando's battery.
Copy.
One thing you've got to remember as well is the battery isn't just a boost anymore. The battery also just gets eaten up by the engine. So it's part of powering your engine as well as that attempt to try and overtake somebody. So you can't just go, I've got 12 megajoules. I can just go monster attack. Because you can't, because a good chunk of that's already eaten up by the engine. So if you splurge all your energy immediately, then you are going to be slow somewhere else on the lap, either on that lap or the next lap. You're going to be struggling for acceleration, and someone's just going to go absolutely flying past you. So you can see here, and this was a little different because we started the lap with Harvest, but if we start a lap normally here with essentially what was a full battery across the line, we're going to splurge a little bit of battery into turn 1, harvest a lot because that's a big braking zone. We'll spend a little bit here through the S's, but not really that much. We're not going to gain much either through the S's. But once we round this corner, there's going to be a big splurge of battery. And this is just in neutral. This is not me pushing the battery in any way, shape or form. This is just how it normally would work.
Tire stabilizing.
Another big braking zone, so we get another big chunk of battery back, and then we're going to have this little piddly section here. The Mickey Mouse section, as I always refer to it. And then another really big deployment zone. Up to a really big braking zone, and whatever limit we've got left, we'll be able to get a big chunk of battery from that, and then another big splurge of battery as we run up to the line. So you can see we're now to 7 and change deployed, 6 harvested. Now we've pretty much hit our limit there. But we've deployed about what we spent. We deployed about 8.8, saved about 8.7. Yeah, we're deploying and harvesting about 9 megajoules a lap, give or take. So the extra is what you would start the lap with. We go back into harvest to protect the battery again now. And one thing I didn't do was tell them to avoid curbs.
Copy.
Yeah, if we take a look at the lap history,
Stay off
it was worth an extra 2 tenths. Just switching again. That lap was kind of a little different in the final sector because we actually switched the battery to neutral by that point. But so that's why there's not much of a difference there.
Copy.
But you can see that we definitely gained a little bit in the opening sector. We lost a little bit in the middle sector because we were getting overtaken. But it was definitely a quicker lap by a couple of tenths and would have been much quicker had it been a straight comparison of an entire lap, no traffic on harvest, and an entire lap, no traffic on neutral. The Mercs are too OP with this 2026 mod. They're too OP in real life at the moment. So, I mean, it's a reflection of that. What you've got to remember as well is that the performance will have been set from pre-season. Not where we currently are in the championship. Things are a little bit closer in reality now than they were at the start of the year. The Mercedes were mighty at the beginning of the year, and that while they're still mighty, they're not as mighty as they were. So you've got to take that into account when you're comparing game performance against real life performances. The game is going back to the very, very beginning of the year, of the very beginning of the season, with this mod.
Yeah, this was good.
That's not what I want. I want this. So, Alonso. Ooh. Only 65. That is not good.
Understood. Looks.
Where we went wrong. Ooh, way off on the roll bar. And the wing needs to change as well, so I'm probably going to need a bit more wing. Let's bring that into at the very least a 3.7. And then that's going to need to come down. That's going to need to come in even more. Let's get down to a 7 there because we're bringing this in like that. Might be a bit too much. I'm going to try that though. See how we get on with that. If it rains on Sunday, Monaco Ferrari will fumble and then no one wins as favourites. I saw an interesting stat today. Only 2 drivers in history have won, and it is kind of linked to Monaco. Only 2 drivers in history have won 5 Grand Prix in a row at the same circuit.
And how was
Lewis
the
Hamilton
grip
in Spain,
and balance?
at Barcelona, and the other one, Senna,
Feeling much
in
better
Monaco.
now.
5 years in a
Yeah,
row.
copy that, man.
Oh, shit. Lance is actually ready to come in, isn't he? I forgot about that. Let's call him in. You put some focus on wheelgun jacks. That's your way of doing pit crew training. Yeah, I mean, I like to keep my stats balanced so that there's no one particular area of weakness. It's just my preferred way of doing it. I don't have to worry about, you know, going back and tweaking individual skills to try and get them to catch up. I like to try and get them leveled off. If there's an imbalance in 1 or 2 stats, I like to try and balance them off at the very first opportunity, like the first month I'm there, and then just build a solid platform from that point onwards. Sometimes it doesn't work, but more often than not it does. I mean, if you go back and watch through all my various different playthroughs, you'll see that I'm invariably winning the pit crew competition on every playthrough. It takes a little while sometimes to get to that point, but when I hit that point, that's it. I'm usually up there permanently. Just not so much with Cadillac in our last playthrough. Didn't really happen for us there. Right, let's have a look at Stroll. Stroll also has too much roll bar at a guess. Let's bring him in. Let's bring that down a touch. And take that down as well. I'm sure I need to find 9%. Let's try that. Send Fernando back out now. So yeah, in the end, we only needed 11 laps from Fernando and I think 12 from Stroll, because I sent him around for an extra lap unnecessarily to get the feedback. So we sent them out on a 15-lap run, and that was easily enough fuel to do what we needed. Goes Stroll. Right, we do have some rookies running again. Let's see. We've got Joshua Dirksen. Sorry, I always go in Dirksen for some reason. Yeah, Dirksen is running. Rafa Kamara is out for Ferrari. Rovanpera getting another run out again for Haas. Dino getting a run out at Ferrari. Felbermeyer getting a run out for Audi.
Temperature stabilizing.
Have I missed anybody? I don't think so. No, that's it. Stroll will be replaced. Yes, absolutely. Stroll will be replaced. We're not going to keep him. I think I'll be doing the world of Formula One a favour by breaking that that link between Daddy Stroll and Baby Stroll. That way he can focus on actually building a winning team with good feedback rather than entertaining and humouring a spoilt child who doesn't know when to quit. Oh, that's a really nice turnaround. We're up to 95%. We still need to do a little bit of tweaking. Let's try that. Evening, Jim Bob. Unpopular opinion that Stroll doesn't want to do F1 anymore.
Yeah, good job. I'm happy.
He might have just
copy that.
nailed that setup there. I mean, that's the continual rumour that keeps flying around, but I mean, he's come out publicly and said that he wants to be there.
And you can
he's
stop on the marks, find
for
pre-start
success.
revs, and then switch off.
And yeah, I'm unfortunately more inclined to believe him. Let's try going down, see if that works. Yeah, I think because he's got Aston Martin are involved in other projects as well, especially with like the Valkyrie. I think if he wanted to continue racing, but somewhere else, he could walk into one of those Valkyrie cars because who owns them? But yeah, I just don't think it's going to happen. And I think he still wants to. I the way I look at it is he still wants to be there and he wants the glory, but he might not want to necessarily put all of the hard work in to get there. I mean, you hear all this talk from engineers about Lance is committed and he's always putting in this extra work in. And I mean, he might be, but his body language tells a very different story. So. He comes across as bored and disinterested, but I don't know. I don't know. Mike on, you are maybe half an hour behind, it would seem, with the questions that you're popping up in the chat. I don't know why I just sent Stroll out there. Yeah, I think it's. I don't think that it's his dad that's keeping him there. I think it's his dad might be happy if he stepped away, but
flag.
It's his son, and if his son wants to keep doing it, his son will get to keep doing it. That's the way I feel about it. I don't think that he's the one putting pressure on Stroll to stay, but I don't think he's nudging him out the door either. I think until Lance turns around and very clearly says, that's it, I don't want to do this anymore, he's got a seat for as long as he wants it. And he hasn't said that yet. So, It is what it is, I suppose. Right, practice 1 is done. We'll pop a quick ad break in, and then we'll get underway with fine-tuning the setup. Oh, wait, no, it's a sprint, isn't it? All right, so it's going to be blind setup choices then. I should have sent... maybe I should have sent Alonso out for a little bit longer, forgetting that it was a sprint. Okay, well, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll have sprint quali on the other side of it.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
Okay, let's see how we get on with sprint quali. Blind setup choices, not ideal. I think we might need to switch gearboxes here for Lance. 44%, that's very close to a fault. Of course, we've got plenty of gearboxes, 6 available, because the regulations do allow for unlimited gearbox changes without penalty in 2026. However, you still have to pay for them. To try and replicate that, I whacked us up to the maximum of 6 gearboxes. Likewise, for this year, there has been an extra engine allocation and battery component allocation, going up from 3 engines to 4 and from 2 batteries to 3, simply because it's the start of a brand new rules set and there's that added risk of unreliability in the first season. I don't know if F1 is going to take those away at the end of the year, but we probably might. I'll wait and see. Do I want to do anything with Alonso? No, we'll keep Alonso as is, I think. Antonelli still carrying that damaged engine. Is Tsunoda a good option? I mean, he could be, but it just feels like we've already played that out a lot in different save files where we've been sending Tsunoda to Honda. So I think I'd rather not do that this time. That's why, despite Hadjar actually being a pretty good prospect, it would seem, the fact that we've already used him makes me think that maybe we should look at somebody we never did use before. And we haven't used the bear before that I can think of. So that might be a good shout. Everyone coming out relatively early, given that it's a sprint. Shorter qualifying session. I might say everybody. Most people are out. There's a few that aren't. And there comes Behrman. So there's a chance the Stroll's going to hit traffic here. Colapinto, Sainz, Norris and Leclerc still in the garage. There's Sainz. There's Colapinto. Norris and Leclerc to come. There's Norris. Sorry, Leclerc and Hamilton to come.
Clear ahead.
No, Leclerc and Norris, yeah.
Charge
So we're
off.
still waiting on Leclerc. He's the only one not out yet. And at least he's not going to get in Fernando's way. Likewise, Norris did not get in Stroll's way. Yeah, like I said, I mean, Tsunoda at Aston seems a bit played out. Make sure Alonso gets through here cleanly. He does. Good, good, good. Back to Stroll. He's 3/10 down in the opening sector. Albon will get it. No, that's Sainz. Sainz gets out of the way. So it's a clear run now for Stroll up to the line. Let's keep an eye on Fernando. Colapinto ahead of us. Little lift.
Your P1. Okay, press in button box now. Yeah.
Alonso still 4/10 quicker despite the little lift. Wow, he's 8/10 quicker, 8.5 quicker. It's Antonelli up into top place. We're a second, 1.1 seconds off the pace. Here comes Charles Leclerc with, is that Max behind him? Or is it Hadjar? It's Hadjar. So Hamilton goes top, just from Russell. Hadjar into third. See what Max does. Goes P4. Bortoletto, Perez, Hulkenberg. They're all slower than us right now. Colapinto and Sainz are up next. That is Stroll moving out of the way. Sainz about to cross the line. He goes P8. Where is Franco going to pop him? He goes to P13. Alonso still not in the drop zone yet, but we're still waiting on Norris and Leclerc to set a time. And the pair of them would bump us down to 17th. Assuming Leclerc gets a clean lap, he's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. Norris to P11. Here's Leclerc. Purple middle sector. But here's where there's a lot of traffic ahead. Oh, is that Valtteri not getting out the way in time? That might hurt Charles Leclerc's final sector. Probably not enough to save us. Let's see where he ends up. He goes P13, so it did impact his lap. But he still bumped us out. Piastri not looking particularly safe at the moment. But the bottom 3, or the bottom 6 at the moment, is separated by 3 teams, or made up of 3 teams. It's us, Cadillac and Audi. Both drivers from each team in the drop zone at the moment. We'll have another run, see how we do. Perez is going back out already. So is Kimi Antonelli. As we see Albon in the background returning. I think, or is that Colapinto? It's Colapinto. No, hang on. Yeah, no, it was Albon, wasn't it? Was the Williams. Keep forgetting Colapinto's not a Williams driver. Because we put him back into Williams at the end of our Cadillac playthrough. Evening, Harvey. Out goes Oscar. There goes Alex Albon. I'm going to send that Stroll now. That goes Bottas. And we'll send out Fernando. So, once again, our hopes on progressing out of Q1 lie very firmly on Alonso's shoulders. Let's see if he can do it. And while we're waiting, there are a couple of new additions. Damon Hill arrived, and it is a signed Damon Hill. You can just see the signature on top of the box there. And all told, including postage, 25 quid. What a bargain. Can't believe no one no one spotted that and snapped it up. I'm not complaining, but yeah, very surprised to have got it uncontested, as cheap as I did. I think most people, like me, want one with the Rothmans branding, and that one doesn't have Rothmans. It has the checker marks along the side.
Have fun.
But you're paying a lot more for those. And one other arrival as well, and that is my 2003 Rubens Barrichello. It doesn't have Marlboro branding on it. That is there underneath my Jensen cap, but I'll be getting some decals for that and get that all tarted up and looking nice. I have one more car on the way, which will probably not arrive till next week, and that is 1999 Mika Hakkinen in full West regalia. Right, Stroll has not improved in the opening sector. Can Alonso? Yes, he can. He's half a second up on Stroll. 35.8, still probably not good enough to get us through, but let's see what we can achieve. I mean, we're half a second away from Piastri's time at the moment. And he's already 6/10 up on us in the opening sector. So 21.4 middle sector, that's not too bad. I mean, my aim here is to just basically finish 17th in qualifying so that we're best of the rest. Best of the bottom 3. Stroll did not improve at all.
Okay,
That
we
was
will
an
box
abysmal
now,
lap from
box.
him.
Just watch
Let's see
the
though,
way
can
bridge lights,
Fernando
watch the
do
way bridge lights.
something special?
Yeah.
Can we find 0.8 of a second to get out of Colapinto? No, of course we can't. He finds 0.3 of a second. But that might be enough to keep us best of the rest, maybe? Not sure about the Audis. Here's the Hulk. Where is Bortoletto? Bortoletto a little bit further ahead. Don't think he's going to improve. His middle sector's down a bit. So he's down 0.2 on Fernando at the moment. Up to the line. I think something just crashed on me. Not sure what that would have been. Hulkenberg did edge us out by a couple of tenths. That's not too bad. Right, let me just see if I can figure out what crashed. Well, let me see if this will actually get to the end of the session first. So it is Hulkenberg, Alonso, Bottas, Perez, Bortoletto and Stroll eliminated. The two Ferraris are top at the end of Q1 for the sprint. Is that a portent of things to come? We'll find out in just a moment. Yeah, very strange. Had a little investigation. Couldn't see what gave me that little bong chime in my ear, but nothing seems to have crashed. As far as I can tell, stream is still running on the feed and on my system. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and assume that it was nothing important. Right, we're out of qualifying, so let's see who sticks it on pole for the sprint. It is Antonelli, ooh, ahead of George Russell. Max in third, Oscar fourth, Hamilton fifth. Sixth is Hadjar, seventh for Norris, eighth for Leclerc. Then it's Gasly and Behrman, ninth and 10th. Who went out in Q2 then? Sainz ahead of Lindblad, Colapinto, Lawson, Albon, and Ocon. Interesting lineup. All right, let's see how we do in the sprint.
We're back, and the action is set to get even better today as the drivers go racing in the sprint.
And of course, the big incentive here is getting a few extra points on the board, with the top finishers in the sprint set to add to their championship tally.
But who will be victorious in the Miami sprint? We'll soon find out.
So we are going to start on Inters. 1.3 mil of water. Let's just check, see if there's any grid penalties. No. Doesn't look like it. Alright, so is it going to stay wet all the way through? Yes, it is. This is going to be the driest it'll be for pretty much the entire sprint, and then it should get, you know, it should stay above that level for the rest of the sprint. So it is no scheduled pit stops. Oh man, look at the setup. Okay, well, where are we? It's 18th. I'm going to change it. We're not going to get into the top 8. And the sprint doesn't have any bearing on what the board thinks. So we will try and fix that. I don't know if that's going to be enough. But how's that my best setup? 89%. I don't think that's enough. It might be. Well, we're going to run it. It'll start us from the pit lane. But at least this means if we haven't got it right, we can make a tweak before we send them out for qualifying for the Grand Prix, where the result will matter. And hopefully we'll nail it. Yeah, we'll just stay as we are off the line. Right, the sprint is now.
And here in Miami, it's time for the sprint. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Right, into turn 1. Not too bad. Stroll is through. And here comes Alonso out of the pits. He should hopefully catch up pretty quickly. There'll be a fair bit of concertinaing coming up and around the braking zone for this corner here.
How is the track? Mode push.
Okay.
We'll go to high fuel now.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we see the sparks kicking out the back of Stroll's car.
Copy.
Copy.
It's been a good clean start from Kimi Antonelli.
Let's give it a go.
Yeah.
No active aero, I'm assuming, in these conditions.
Copy.
Every time I watch Stroll race and fail to overtake someone, I feel like that meme of someone with a little stick just poking, going, come on, do something.
Let's use the free air.
Copy. Okay. I need more.
You've got everything you're going to get.
Lots of battling ahead. Anything's possible.
Copy. Yeah.
No more overtake.
Copy.
We had it, and we lost it. We're out of battery.
So we just need to go charge on.
Yeah.
you for nothing, Lance. Right, Antonelli leads on lap 3 by a second and a half from George. Max is 2 seconds behind with Oscar keeping him honest. Then it's Hamilton, Hadjar, Norris, Leclerc. That's your top 8 for the points. Behind that we have Gasly, Sainz, Behrman, Lindblad, Lawson, Ocon, Colapinto, Albon, Bottas still down in 17th, 18th and 19th for the 2 Audis of Bortoleto and Hulkenberg. 20th for Perez, which means that we are on the back, 21st and 22nd.
Rain's getting heavier.
Dad, turn on the water. The question becomes, do I tell Lance to move over and let Alonso through? Do we actually let Stroll have a go and stay ahead? It's not the most enticing of prospects. I think we need to tell him to move over. Give him one more lap. And then we'll tell him to shift his ass and get behind Alonso. Further behind. Yeah, let's move him over. Let's get Fernando through.
Okay.
Copy.
There we go. Fernando has been unleashed. Let's see how quickly he can pull away. 2.5 seconds behind Perez, who has slipped off the back of Hulkenberg. Want to beat at least one of the Cadillacs every race. We beat Perez in the last one on merit. We beat Valtteri because Valtteri didn't finish the race. Valtteri was ahead of us when he retired. Oh, safety car. Oh, fucking Stroll. Of course it is.
Are you okay?
Donut.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I've done it. Why?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Completely unnecessary. he's got the same body language as me. He's like, oh, fucking Stroll. Ah, damn it. Full-on safety car. wonder if anyone's going to box to change their tyres. I hope they do, because we would jump them in the pits. How far behind the leader are we? 30 seconds. Okay, so we say it's going to be maybe 15 seconds. That would jump us up to around 11th, 12th place if people boxed, and no one's boxing. Ah! Why couldn't you all dive in the pits? Give me a break. There was a brand new gearbox as well that I put in Stroll's car tonight. It's the only thing I put in this car, just as a brand new gearbox, but glad I didn't put a brand new powertrain in total in that car.
Copy.
I'm going to try to explain why you asked me about Charlie Sheen. Now, somebody asked me about, was that you, Michael, asked me about what I thought of Charlie Sheen's work a few days ago. It was a bit of a left field question. I wasn't expecting it. I think I just was rather non-committal. I said, yeah, I think he's all, you know, some of his stuff's all right. I've enjoyed some of his stuff, some of his other stuff not so much. Safety car. Let's see if it comes in this lap or not. I'm guessing not. One more lap of the safety car, so I'm going to pop a quick ad break in. Got to pay for those cars somehow. So hopefully we should be boxing. Safety car should be boxing at the end of this lap, and we'll go back to green flag running. Still, I have never seen anything like we saw the other day. Was it China, where we had a safety car come out and it just went flying past us at ridiculous speeds as we tried to unlap ourselves? It's the strangest thing. Or was it last night in Suzuka? One of those two. I think it was China. No, I mean, I watched some of 2.5 Men. I didn't watch it religiously, and I don't remember the Safety Autumn song. First thing that comes to mind when I see that now is the Save the Children crypto scam. Still no message from the safety car. How long is it going to stay out? So much spare fuel on board right now. Too much spare fuel.
Okay, copy. Copy.
Engine temps are a little high. But if I don't keep pushing like this with the fuel burn, we're going to have like twice as much fuel on board. It's going to be unnecessary weight we cannot shift. That's why I'm trying to tell Alonso to drive in clean air so we're not getting the exhaust of the car in front right into our intake. Come on, safety car. There we go, it's ending. I just saw it pop up ending briefly there. That time.
Okay. Copy.
Can't overtake until we pass the start-finish line. In the army. Right, can we maybe pick off Perez here?
Okay.
I've got enough affiliates at the moment. I don't need to bloat the wage bill any further with Zach O'Sullivan.
Copy.
I may
Okay.
keep Stroll on for corporate duties. Might offer him an affiliate role with a low salary, see what he says.
Copy. Okay, copy.
But then there's a risk that he'll just bore the crap out
yeah.
of my sponsors. So maybe I don't want to do that.
Copy. Copy.
Right, we are at least ahead of one of the Cadillacs. We're ahead of Perez. Can we pick anyone else off? Antonelli once again has got that 1 second lead back to George Russell again. The two Mercedes are again steadily pulling away from Verstappen. Hasn't been much change at the front of the grid since the start of the race. Boost a lot of battery hit.
Copy.
Not close enough yet. Oh man, look at that. We completely drained the battery. Wow, that's a lot. I think this might be it. 20th might be the best we do. I wonder if we nailed the setup with those little tweaks that we made. I hope so, because that's what sacrificed us starting in P18, going from the pit lane, so that we'd be ready for main quali.
Copy.
Let's cool down the tyres a bit, see if that helps with performance.
Copy.
Right, we've built a little bit of the battery back up, 20%.
Okay, copy.
Enough that we're not hitting zero as we cross the line. So we will have a little bit of reserve if we find ourselves closing back in on Hulkenberg. Enough to have a small stab at full overtake. Not a huge amount yet, though. Probably save a bit more on the back half of the lap here.
Copy.
While the tyre temps are coming down, and the fact that we've got a little gap will help speed that process up a bit.
Copy, understood.
closing in because our pace has dropped. And the tyre temps now back under control. Cool them off a bit more. Give us a little bit more leeway for how long we can push them before they start overheating again. I wonder if we are going to see more rain in qualifying or if this is it and it'll be dry. Six and a half laps to go. Well, 6 and a bit laps to go. It is Antonelli from Russell, then Verstappen, Piastri, Hamilton, Hadjar. Most of the cars starting to space out a little bit, although there is a potential fight brewing here between Hadjar, Norris and Leclerc.
Copy.
Let's ride on board with Charles Leclerc. Water level might go up a little bit in a couple of minutes. And I've decided to make an executive decision based on the fact that our car is still very, very hopeless, and so is Lance Stroll. So only Alonso's going to get the upgrades until the car gets a significant bump in performance. Save wear and tear and replacing all of our spare parts. I don't think there's going to be any overtakes. Everyone seems very sort of stuck in that dirty air. Alonso, having upped his pace a little bit on that last lap, has gapped Perez slightly. Let's see what's wrong with Albon.
Engine problems.
Pretty concise there. Straight to the point. Yeah, engine's fucked. Will he drop away from Ocon and into Bottas? What did he do last lap? He did. Clicking the wrong button. He did a 1:40.40. Let's see what he does at the end of the lap. Strolled it earlier. Yes, Stroll did stroll it. Here, right at the end of the first sector. Just into the barrier. Wiped out the car, and then we had quite a long safety car as a result. There's Fernando. Slowly chipping away at the cars in front. Pulled it another half a second over Perez this lap. Did a 144.3, but the conditions are getting worse, so it doesn't really tell me much whether the engine's actually causing him problems or not. Let's go back to Fernando. Starting to run out of laps now. Go full attack on the tyres. See if we can get past one of the Audis as well. Right, gap to 2 seconds. Tyres starting to cook themselves again. Another issue for somebody. That's Gasly.
Why am I clipping so much more?
Okay, copy.
I think I'm going to have to start pushing the battery if I want to make any progress forward here. Let's give it a drain.
Yeah.
In 1 second. We maybe make a move in the braking zone.
Copy.
Oh, go on, go on. Ah, no. Just got muscled out. Evening, Clark.
Okay.
I'm out of battery again.
Copy. Understood.
Okay. Copy.
where our best bet to drop the battery is going to be.
Tires are okay.
Okay, copy.
I'm thinking it might be out of the hairpin on the run to the line.
Copy. Okay.
Run out of battery too soon.
Copy.
Copy.
Copy, copy.
Copy.
Yeah, it's going to be P20. At least we are 4 seconds ahead of Perez.
Okay, copy.
And the sun's come out. The rain has stopped. It's still wet. This to me suggests that maybe qualifying is going to be dry after all.
The Mercedes wins the sprint.
Kimi wins the sprint.
The Mercedes driver made that look pretty easy.
So that's one apiece now between him and George. George winning the sprint in China. Antonelli wins the sprint here.
And that sprint win was well deserved. On to the Grand Prix now.
Can I squeeze him out? Yes! Yes! Come on, Alonso. Can we hold it? Can we hold it?
Copy.
Oh, yeah, we squeezed him. Very nice. Third time's the charm up the inside there at the hairpin.
Yes.
That's what I like to hear. A happy Fernando. P19 in the end.
Lance Stroll wraps up today's sprint. Sadly though, for him, it was pointless.
They'll be disappointed to have not even finished the sprint here today.
So, confirmation of the sprint results. It is Antonelli who gets the win and the fastest lap as well. George in second, Max third, Oscar fourth, Hamilton fifth, sixth for Hadjar. And then it's seventh for Norris, Leclerc taking the final point in eighth. Sainz gets a couple of places up for ninth, then Gasly in 10th, Behrman 11th, Lindblad 12th, ahead of Colapinto and Lawson. Ocon got ahead of Bottas at the end. Then, ahead of Albon. Bottas into 17th, 18th for Bortoletto, 19th for Alonso. Not the best of races for Hulkenberg, down 3 places to finish 20th. And 21st for Perez. Of course, the one retirement was Stroll. But we have beaten an Audi and we have beaten a Cadillac. So, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see how bad the damage is as we get ready for qualifying.
Qualifying is coming up, and the drivers will be ready and raring to go.
The Miami International Autodrome has some lovely long straights, but a driver still needs to have total trust in their car setup to get a fast qualifying lap. Turns 14 and 15 in particular are the ones that catch the drivers out in qualifying.
Now, Karun, you and I were actually just talking about that man there, Max Verstappen. How do you think he'll be feeling today?
We saw them set an impressive lap time in practice, so it's a great start as they move into qualifying. But as we all know, a good performance in practice doesn't guarantee success over the rest of the weekend.
Fortunately for us, it's nearly time for them to hit the track.
Heavy rain, 4.43 mil on the track at the start of Q1. Right, first things first. How good is Alonso's setup after those tweaks that put him in the pit lane? And how bad is the damage to Stroll's car? Let's find out. Not looking forward to this. 96%, okay, so still not enough, which means see, we went back, didn't we? So we're going to need to do that, I think. I hope that everything else stays okay. Right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, fuck the engine. Fuck the ERS. Took 25% off his gearbox. Damaged yet another Mark II suspension, rear wing and chassis, so he's only getting Mark I replacements on those now. Saved the good bits for Fernando. Change the engine. If you do this to me again, Stroll, I will sack you mid-season. If you smash up another car this weekend. Right. I'm not joking. I will fire him. I'll put Ricciardo in the car. Let's take a look at what the weather's going to do. It's going to stay wet for a little while. So let's get a lap out in the wet conditions.
Try to get some brake temp before you start the lap.
Yep.
I'm sure Ricciardo would love a race seat. He is rated higher than Stroll as well. I'm very tempted to actually do that for real now. Right. Let's have a look, shall we? Contracts. Let's see. What contract is Stroll on? He is on 12 million. Oh, I remember being that shocked last time I looked at that. Ricciardo's on 2.22 mil.
Clear ahead. Charge off and mode push.
Let's have a look at Lance's stats against Ricciardo's stats. So Ricciardo's got much better accuracy, a little bit better overtake, much better control, 7 points better in control. Reactions is up a couple of points. Adaptability's down 4 points. Not sure I agree with that. Braking is the same. Cornering's down a couple of points. Smoothness is up 3 points. And defense is up 2 points. Definitely an overall improvement. Down in a couple of key areas, though. Alonso 6/10 quicker. And that is because Alonso is running older parts. Stroll's running older parts, and he's Stroll. So the combination of the two equates to 6/10 in the opening sector. Let's see what the middle sector split is like. 2/10. Most of the upgrades that we've put on have been trying to find extra speed, though, rather than extra downforce. So I would expect him to be quite a way off in this sector as well. 42.7 for Stroll, a 148.292 over the line. Here comes Fernando. And it's another 3/10, so he is over a second clear. I think he was about that clear
Yes.
last time as well, though. Fernando's engine is getting a little low. Stroll's obviously running a brand new one. Yeah. We'll see how it goes in the rest of qualifying. Let's see. Is there going to be a last-minute dip? No. Looks like getting out here with about... about 5 minutes to go is probably going to be the best time to be on track. Everybody else piling out now. Are they all on inters? Yes, they are. What do you guys think about us actually utilising our driver pool the way real teams do, in particular, you know, Red Bull and Racing Bulls, of actually just moving drivers around within, so we can take a driver out and put him on, into the affiliate pool and bring a driver from the affiliate pool through, but using the editor. We're not gonna change the contract. So if we do that with Stroll, we're still gonna have to pay him 12 mil for the rest of the season. But we could demote him and give Ricciardo a run out
Boxing.
until the end of the season.
Just come in slow.
Yep.
And then move them back around again, so that when Stroll runs out of contract at the end of the season, we're not having to break Ricciardo's contract to bring in a new driver.
Pit lane.
Evening, Luke.
Copy.
How's the stream going? Performance is about what you'd expect. Terrible. Did we get the setup right? Yes, there we go. Setup is perfect. And I didn't change his tyres. Let's do that now. In fact, let's go for 2 flying laps with a cool down lap. We're going to wait for everyone else to go through so we don't deliberately screw someone's lap up at the start. because that would get us a trip to the stewards and a penalty in reality for impeding.
Okay, just get a little brake temp.
Confirm.
So let's see, we can be a little clever here with a 2-lap run. You're playing EAFC with Liverpool. Good man for the Liverpool bit. Oh, that is one of the Mercedes out. Is it Kimi? No, that means it's got to be George.
Yellow.
Yeah.
It's a spin. I thought he'd hit the barrier. This is where Stroll crashed in the sprint. George just spins it around and stays away from the wall.
Doing good on temps.
Evening, Ruben.
Good gap ahead. Charge off, mode push. Charge off, mode push.
There's a 2026 update, also aero and battery systems. Yes, it is. You won't see the aero because it's wet, but it's going to be a dry race, so you'll see it in the race. And the battery is very much 2026 regs. So if I go onto the wheel, this is the battery here. So you'll see that going up massively and down massively repeatedly throughout the lap. Nope, the mod is free. You just need to be on a PC to be able to use it. And you'll see a couple of things on mine here that are not available to anyone else yet, but will be soon. I got some lovely early access. For Fernando. You'll see on race day. tell you, because everyone else has already seen it. It's been out. I've been running it for a couple of days. The active aero has been tweaked. So rather than just wings that snap open and snap shut, I've now got wings that actually have an opening and closing animation. And I've got the Red Bull upside down wing as well, which is not available to anyone else yet, but will be soon.
There is increasing rain. Temps all okay. Charge off and mode push.
All right, let's see if we can hang on. We can't hang on here, that's for sure. But can we actually make it through to the next session? Track is starting to get a little bit wetter again, and we are ahead of everybody else. So, assuming we've got enough battery to make it through, we might be okay. Again, this value here on the right hand side of the display, that's our current battery level. These are the tyres, that's our gear, speed in kilometers an hour, and then our lap time, our best lap time there. Or is that everyone's best lap time? Let's have a look. No, that's just our driver's best lap time, so 1:44.8 for Stroll, 1:44.1 for Alonso. Everyone's going quicker than us, apart from Perez. We're going to out-qualify Perez.
Your P1. Okay, press in button, box now.
Yep.
Enjoy it, Stroll. It's not going to happen for. It's not going to happen again for a while. Alonso goes top by 3/10. Now, how far are we going to fall down the order?
Okay.
A lot. Bortoletto is half a second quicker than us. Maybe I should have gone just a little bit sooner. We are quicker than Perez. And only Perez at the moment. Valtteri goes quicker than us by, a tiny amount. Look at that, less than 0.05 of a second. Norris gets through. Here comes Ollie the Bear Bearman, who we might be signing to replace Stroll next season. Ocon up to P15. Hadjar's in trouble. Hadjar's in trouble. Hadjar's out. Albon is out as well. Both the Audis made it through. But that's a huge casualty. Isaac Hadjar is out in Q1. And that's it. No room for improvement. big casualty in Q1 here at Miami for the Grand Prix itself. So we're out in 20th and 21st. Let's see what everyone else gets up to. Leclerc puts it on pole ahead of Antonelli and then George Russell. Norris, and then Hamilton, Gasly, Colapinto, both Alpines doing well. Then it's Verstappen, Piastri, and Lawson rounding out the top 10. Behrman ends up 11th ahead of Lindblad, the other driver we're looking at for next year. Sainz, Hulkenberg, Ocon, and Bortoletto. Interesting. Right. No penalties that I can see. Let's get ready for the Grand Prix.
We're almost ready to go here in Florida as we look forward to 57 laps of F1 racing.
The Miami Grand Prix arrived onto the calendar in 2022 with much fanfare, and F1 history is still very much being written here. Drivers have to take chances around the street circuit and hope those chances turn into victory.
Spectacle is the name of the game here in Miami, with the stadium at the heart of this track. With long straights and S-bends, not unlike Suzuka's Sector 1, proper ERS management is sure to give drivers an edge towards victory. The teams are making their final preparations down in the pit lane, ahead of today's race.
Just seen a notification, Liverpool have confirmed Areola as manager for next season. Let's see if he makes any big purchases in the transfer window. Right, yeah, no changes to the grid order as they were. So, yeah, there is Hadjar down in 17th place. Expect him to punch up a bit quite quickly. Let's take a look at the tyre strategy options. We could go with that. Might even try that. But, I mean, it is slower. When's the big sun? It's mainly in the final part of the Grand Prix. So let's take a look at a soft medium. Something like that. That gives us a little bit of push leeway on each set. Let's take a look at Stroll. And he's actually slower. Okay, what about Fernando? Is Fernando going to be quicker with mediums on his middle stint? Yes, he is. Alright, let's go with that. Have the ability to push when we need to and back off if necessary. And of course we could always switch to a set of hards early if we need to as well. Keep those in reserve. Let's go aggressive off the line. Let's not take any fuel out or add any fuel. There we go. Oh wait, we're expecting it to be hot, aren't we? Okay, with that in mind, might go for something like that, but I think what I might just do is It's going to be hot. I might just go with that. I'm going to go with that for Fernando. I'm going to stick with this for Stroll, but I'm going to try a one stop for Fernando. Let's see if that works. All right, we are prepped and ready. The start of the Miami. I had to think for a second then. I was going to say Spanish. The start of the Miami Grand Prix is next.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action. There's certainly been a buzz around the Mercedes driver this weekend.
A second place start for them today. They'll be aiming for a podium, but could they even sneak the win?
Right, let's get to it then. And this is it, the Miami Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
That looked like a good start off the line for Charles Leclerc. It is. Look how comfortably he is into turn one. Gasly gets past Hamilton. We've got a few cars on the mediums. Gasly, Colapinto, Behrman, Sainz and Bortoletto, Bottas, Perez and Alonso. Everyone else on softs. We are fighting with Valtteri. We give him a little squeeze and we get the position. But Stroll is being jumped by Perez. Hadjar gets past Bortoletto. It's very crowded. And we might get Albon. He's got the inside line, he's got those softs, but this is where we get the inside. Stroll still fighting with Perez. Just want to hear a happy Alonso here.
Yes.
Calm the tyres down before they start to overheat. It's going to top up on the battery as well so we don't run out of that.
Okay, charge on, charge on.
Yeah.
Okay.
inside. And no, he's going to have to back out. Bortoletto shut him down there. P18. I feel I should have maybe taken the gamble with P20 here. Sorry, P18 for Alonso today instead of P20. But it may be short-lived. We may easily get overwhelmed. Let's see if we can get Stroll past Valtteri.
Mode push, mode push.
Okay.
If you pay attention, Ruben, you'll see the wings drop down here. There we go. And then raise back up again.
I cannot push any harder than this.
Ah! We actually... Oh, it's biting with Albon, I see what it is. Hadjar gets past Bortoletto. Is it me or did the Astons eat their tyres? Everyone eats their tyres. Oh, shit. Alonso's crashed. Albon's clipped him. Well, we've clipped Albon. We might get a penalty for that, actually.
Sorry, guys.
Because Albon was ahead of us. Oh, we don't get a penalty.
You let me know. Check, Alan.
Okay, we're out of DRS.
Okay.
Yeah, minor damage. You can see we are missing part of our front wing there. That bit there that sticks across, that's gone.
Charge on, charge on.
Copy.
Ah, come on, Stroll.
I need more energy.
Okay, let's make the most of it. Try to do some lift and coast and then focus on apex speed.
Yeah.
Trouble is, we're going to have to carry that front wing damage for a long time with this one-stop strategy. Looks like it is a racing incident, though. I didn't see the pop-up here. I was too busy looking down here. But no penalty for Alonso. No penalty for Albon. Tips to catch Mercedes on this game with the bad Ferrari engine. The engine's not the problem. And you can see you're down 2% in power, you're up 2% in fuel efficiency, you're down 4% in durability and ERS durability, and you're down a fair bit in gearbox durability, but in terms of power, you're only down 2 points, and you're up 2 points in fuel efficiency, so the engine's not the problem. It's not the engine, it's the car. The car is something you can fix.
Lot of vibration.
So Hadjar trying to work his way up. Stroll's pace, not great. Alonso's pace, also not great, but we are more interested in being able to conserve the tyres at the moment.
Copy.
A little splurge on battery.
Copy.
Load
Plus we've got
switch.
that wing damage, which won't help. Oh, it's another yellow flag. Hulkenberg with a lock-up.
But this is what happened. Nico Hulkenberg there. Oh, all right so far. The wheels just lock up there. And they'll need to be mindful of the effect that that had on the tyres.
Mentality is a factor as well. That depends. If you're using the same mods as me, not so much. But if you're running vanilla in terms of
1.4
driver
no DRS.
tweaks, then yes. So if you use the driver mentality and confidence mods that I use,
Copy.
then they drop negligibly, but they also
charge
go up
on, charge
with a
on.
negligible amount as well. So you go up a maximum of 2 points
Okay.
with mentality, or down a maximum of 2 points with mentality, and then it is, I think, a maximum of +3 with stats in confidence, and likewise with a minus as well. So we're at base level here. And we're on base level here, so I can't really show that, but we've got +1s here, where that would be higher, because with vanilla, getting up to peak would get you +8, potentially, depending on the driver. Whereas the best I can do, I think, is +3. So if you're using those mods, then that's not a factor, but if you're playing vanilla, then yeah, that will be a factor. And the mods I'm talking about in particular, they are listed in the video description, are pack number 6, linked the reduced mentality and extras in there. That's the ability to reduce the impact of mentality, reduce the impact of confidence, reduce driver regression so they don't drop off quite so quickly in their overall performance, with their stats. And there are a couple of other options in there as well. But yeah, that is listed on Overtake for free for everybody. Or at least it was. I'm assuming Mr. Only hasn't taken it down. Looks like Alonso's starting to catch up.
And how are the tires?
Tires feel quite okay.
Let's have a look at the front. Leclerc 2.5 seconds clear. Russell trying to put some moves on his teammate. Then it's Norris in 4th. Hamilton 5th, but with that problem with his gearbox. I think it's gearbox. Gasly in 6th. Here is Max in 7th. Watch from Gasly's rear wing. Able to get close enough to have a run yet. Perez keeping that watching brief on the back of Stroll. There's Alonso, he is closing in. I wonder if I could pull off a bit of a great escape in a moment. Give Stroll a push. Break him away from Perez and get Alonso through at the same time. Just checking with Charles Leclerc. Antonelli's taken, and Russell as well. They're both taking a bite out of that Ferrari. Looks like it was just a bit of a slower lap. 6/10 to George, half a second to Antonelli on that last lap. Nine laps complete.
Copy.
I do think Stroll's lack of pace is the only thing that's keeping Perez in striking distance. And I think if Stroll wasn't in front, Perez would be further ahead.
Okay.
And I'm going to test that theory in a second, because we are closing in on a pit stop. We're going to absolutely push
Confirm.
with Stroll here.
Mode push.
Yeah.
Even Nexus,
If you don't need it, no lift and coast.
Okay.
did you decipher my my looky likey that I sent you earlier? Can't remember the name of the driver I actually sent you now. me have a look. That is Pierre-Henri Raffanel. Just woke up. Why? When did you go to bed? I think I probably already know the answer to the question, but...
Got Bottas ahead. Gap is 4.4.
I was
You'll
planning on
have
staying
Perez
up and just doing a
behind
lot
you.
of stuff last night, and in the end I got to like
Gap
2
is
o'clock in the morning,
2.8.
and I was exhausted. It was just yawning like crazy, so I went to bed a lot earlier than I was planning to. Didn't get the best night's sleep, and then I had a nap for about an hour and 3/4 before I started the stream. I think this is showing that we are very much on the wrong strategy. The way Stroll has rocketed away.
Copy. Copy.
Look at it. You know, no, I'm gonna keep the faith. I'm gonna keep the faith with the one stop.
Copy.
Yeah, I'll give you a little clue, Nexus. I'll give you a little clue. Aha!
How is the DEG?
It's kind of stabilizing.
Let's see what everyone else thinks. It's not so much a case of who's that Pokemon, more who's that F1 driver. Who does well, I know who he is. It's it's Pierre-Henri Raffanel, but who does he immediately make you think of when you look at that image? I mean, it might just be me that sees it, but I'm curious to see what anyone else thinks. As Max is into the pits on at the end of lap 12.
Okay.
Knowing me, knowing
Like
you.
a couple laps or sooner than that?
Yep.
Move it over there. I'll leave that up for a little while. Answers in the chat who you think that celebrity look like, a lookalike.
And let's go charge on, please.
Okay.
And Norris is in.
Box now, box now.
Okay.
Charge on.
Yep.
No, it's not. Which other driver does he look like? It is an actual ex F1 driver from the 80s. His name is Pierre-Henri Raffanel. But who does he? Which celebrity does he look like?
Copy.
Right. There's Lindblad and Ocon exiting the pits as we come in. Hulkenberg has already stopped. It's a 2.8 second stop. Stroll at the back of the grid, and this is where my hope is that things will play out nicely for Alonso.
Charge on.
Okay.
Start some lift and coast.
Copy.
We are going to stick to our initial one-stop strategy idea for Alonso. And this might actually benefit Stroll as well if Alonso can hold everybody up as they're trying to come through. It's a big if. I mean, with the battery push, it's so much harder to actually defend now.
We have the slowest car on the street.
And what's that? A pit stop issue. Now, what exactly happened there, Karun?
So we
What's
see the Williams
that
team
going
ready
wrong
here.
in the pits? It's Alex Albon. That's a weird display
There's
glitch
been
there.
a problem there.
And that's going to let Stroll get through. I hope. Maybe. Oh, God damn it. Nearly. All right, let's just caught back up with Perez again. See if we can actually get past Perez here.
Copy.
Not there, we can't.
Copy. Copy.
Does nobody think that that driver looks like Alan Partridge? Is it just me? Steve Coogan, Alan Partridge.
Copy. Copy.
Ah, ran out of battery.
Yeah, copy.
Looks like so did Perez.
Copy.
Oh, no.
Copy.
Go away, Hulkenberg.
Okay. Okay.
And there is Hajar punching past in the background. And Ocon as well. Hulkenberg really lost out there. He lost 3 places on that straight. Oh, wow. Ocon just using some battery and blitzing past us there. But we hold him back.
Copy.
There. Am I the only one who sees the resemblance? First thing I thought when I saw, Henri's picture, or Pierre Henri's picture, was Alan Partridge.
Insane.
Right down to the facial expression as well. I guess it's just me.
Copy.
Here comes Ocon again, and this time I don't think we'll be able to fight him off. At least not there anyway.
Wow.
Let's take a closer look. Now we're watching Esteban Ocon here. The opportunity's there.
Yeah, if we were more
That
alongside,
sees them move up into
we
18.
might have been able to fight him off on the exit. But unfortunately not. Right, Behrman and Bortoletto are into the pits. So we should be able to stay ahead of Bortoletto here with Alonso. Don't know about Behrman.
Copy.
Ah, we got held up as Perez dives into the pits. But we will get ahead of Bortoletto.
Okay.
And Stroll will get ahead of Perez.
Okay, yeah, you're doing a good job. You have good tire temps. Let's keep what we can.
Yep.
We'll see if you can find any time. Let's use that K1.
Yeah.
Colapinto boxing. He will get out ahead of us, unfortunately. Unless he has a really bad stop.
Okay.
Lindblad sneaks on through. Hadjar's up behind next as well. Alonso managed to fight off Hulkenberg again.
Yeah. Copy.
I don't know how much longer we can keep that up, though. Evening, Adrian. I think he might have nailed us this time.
This is ridiculous.
At least we've actually got a lot of salty Alonso quotes.
You know I'm going fast, mate.
No, we have not had an engine upgrade opportunity yet. We might after this Grand Prix. We'll have to check for that, if I remember. I don't know when they're scheduled, because the game says... it's like every quarter of the season. So I don't know if we've already missed one. Or if they don't kick in until... Or if they kick in after a certain number of races. I don't know.
Come on.
So we will have to find out. You know, as the season progresses, if and when they actually do drop.
Copy.
We are, of course, hampered by that front wing damage a little bit as well. I don't think I'm going to change the front wing of the stop though, because it's just going to add on an extra 6 seconds or so to our pit stop, which kind of negates all the hard work we're trying to do with the one stop. So we've got Stroll ahead of Valtteri and ahead of Perez. Valtteri has a minor issue.
Bottas has DRS behind.
So we are beating both Cadillacs on merit at the moment, which is good.
All driving and management very good.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
Well, he had vibrations earlier, which I think is gearbox, and that has escalated to orange now, unless it's a separate fault that's gone straight up to orange. Bortoletto gets past Alonso. That's been coming for a while. We're going to take him out of always defend now.
Yeah, I would like to have more straight line speed.
Let's see if we can punch him back through again. Doubt it, but at least we can try and fend off Albon for a bit.
Copy.
I wish there was a way to know how much the damage on the front wing was actually impacting our performance. You know, if it was only a couple of points of downforce,
A little bit.
not so much of an issue. But if it's a lot of downforce, even if it's a minor little ding, I'd like to know that. I'd like to know whether or not it's worth staying out on a damaged wing
Copy.
or boxing and replacing it. This is obviously data that teams have. They can see damage and know straight away how much it's going to cost them per lap. We don't have that, unfortunately. We don't get that information. We just get, oh, it'll affect you a little bit, or it'll affect you a lot, or it's going to have to be changed, or, you know, your race is over. Stroll ticking along as he is right now. His tyres are not burning out too much.
Plenty of K1 available when you need it.
Copy.
Didn't get a little window to Valtteri. Alonso's pit window opens up soon. Actually be a little bit more aggressive with the tyres here.
Copy.
Try and stay ahead of Alex. He's going to punch through anyway. Use some battery in the opening sector. I know, Fernando. I know.
Now Alex Albon is part of this. It's certainly inviting.
Albon's definitely on a battery burn at the moment, the way he's ripping away from us so quickly. And that will come back to bite him if he can't get far enough ahead.
Charge on, charge on.
Yeah.
Where are we against the cars in front? Yeah, a long way off. Not in danger of being lapped yet, but possibly later in the Grand Prix. Let's max out those tyres now. Let me take a look at my lap times as well. For Fernando. trying to decide whether or not to make that wing change. I don't know. I don't know. I think I might. No, I'm not going to, because we want pit stop points as well. And if I go for a wing change, that sacrifices any chance of getting a decent pit stop with Fernando. We will just bite the bullet on that one, and we'll suffer that little bit of loss of performance. All right, Max is all over the back of Hamilton. And he's not the only one. Gasly and Piastri are both there as well. Gasly looking particularly feisty on the softs, putting pressure on Verstappen. Now it's Piastri putting pressure on Gasly. I think Gasly might be trying to drive in clean air.
Yeah, box.
Like we saw in the sprint, not that many overtakes amongst the front drivers. Though Antonelli has definitely lost out against both Norris and Russell. Leclerc still leading, as he has done since the start of this Grand Prix. Still trying to find a way past Stroll. Leclerc is starting to get a little closer. We might be inside blue flag range now with Alonso. look at the inside for Bottas. Stroll actually doing a decent job of shutting him down there.
Okay, back off.
Okay.
This is the closest Max has been for a little while. Couldn't again get through. Piastri also all over the back of Gasly. Again, can't find that way through. Piastri is definitely closer.
Box.
As Alonso hits the pits. You watch me get a bad stop now. Didn't change the front wing on purpose to avoid a bad stop. Ah, that's not bad. 2.5. That's our quickest stop of the season. And that's ahead of our predicted sort of stop time, which is low 2.6s right now. So, good choice to stay out there. Let's get fired up quickly before we get blue flagged and see if we've got the pace to stay ahead. I don't know what our pace will be. Leclerc's doing 136s at the moment. Ah, Stroll has been overtaken. All right, let's see if you can get that position back.
Copy.
Keep digging. Perez behind.
Now we should be able to take a look here. Now this was Valtteri Bottas. There's the opening.
Yeah, just had the inside line.
And now Bottas moves up the field.
All right, can we retake that position? Can we keep Alonso ahead of Leclerc and not get blue flagged? Come on, Stroll.
Bottas ahead.
That's a battery.
Please keep going. Add lift and coast in turn 1.
Okay.
Okay, charge on.
Okay.
Right, 137.5 for Leclerc last time round. 136.4. George having a quick lap. Let's see what our pace is this lap.
Copy. Copy.
Bottas ahead. Gap is 1.3. We still have a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, copy, mate.
Got Bottas ahead.
Right, here comes Fernando up to the line. The pace
Car
is a
behind us,
138.4.
1.0 behind.
And it's quicker than the cars in front.
Charge
Well, some of the
on,
cars in
charge
front,
on.
but not quick enough. Leclerc's slowing down a bit. Under pressure from George Russell. That helps. Do not want to get blue flags because that will kill our one-stop opportunity here. These guys, I think, are going to stop again. I'm hoping they're going to stop again. And the last thing I need is for them to overtake me and blue flag me into very low speed, you know, yielding, only for them to immediately box within the next couple of laps and basically just cost me a shit ton of time for nothing.
Use everything.
Copy.
Hamilton is now 23 seconds behind Antonelli. Those engine issues that he's been having definitely have cost him a fair bit of time, but he's still keeping Max behind. Piastri's gone ahead of Gasly. Maybe Gasly's tyres are giving up. Max still cannot find a way through, and there's Oscar having a little look in the background as well. Oh, and there we go. Max is in, and so is Gasly. So Max going for an undercut here, and I think he'll get it. Medium's going on. So is Gasly. Still does that weird double tyre glitch here at Miami. That's been a thing since day one.
Maybe.
Let's follow the drivers.
I did not understand a word of that from Stroll.
Opportunity,
But I got the idea. I got the general gist of it.
And that sees them climb up into 20th.
He's getting held. Oh, he's getting held. Portoletto has to stack for a moment. For a moment, I was wondering if Lindblad was going to be having to wait behind both of the Audis before he'd get released, but they released him between the two. Ah, shit, I am about to get lapped. Norris is in.
Okay.
Go, 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 go. Don't get blue flagged. Please don't get blue flagged.
Copy. Okay.
So Norris is boxed. The others are about to. Last thing I need is that blue flag. Go, Fernando, go. Go, 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 go. Oh, George, having a look. George will get that move done. He's got the inside for the exit of the sector. But this will hopefully slow them down a bit through this chicane. Give me a chance to sprint away again. Oh, Charles Leclerc with the better exit. George tucking in for a bit of slipstream. Is he going to have a lunge in the braking zone? Pulls out to have a look. Tries to stick his nose inside, but just not able to get close enough. And Alonso lives to breathe another day and sets the fastest lap in the process. Antonelli's in. We just need to hold on for another couple of laps and we'll be okay. Antonelli will be overtaken by Norris. There goes Norris. But he should be out comfortably ahead of Piastri. Hamilton, after his stop, is down in P13 now. Gasly and Verstappen both jumped him. Hamilton fighting here against Carlos Sainz. He's on much fresher tyres. And with a better car. Just about squeeze ahead of him. Ocon into the pits. Oh, come on, just hold on another couple of laps, please, Fernando.
I'm struggling, man.
Bortoletto gets through.
Let's just get into a...
Going to be boxing Stroll next lap. Ocon gets out ahead of Stroll. Leaders are closing back in again. Don't get blue flags, please.
No problem.
Just hang on.
Box now, box now.
A little bit more.
Copy.
Burning these tyres up faster than I'd like, but need to stay ahead of them.
Okay, charge on, charge on.
Come on, Fernando. Stay ahead. Stay on the lead lap. Please. Oh, no. A blue flag notification. Right, push, 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 push.
Copy.
Go, 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 go. Yes, there you go. I don't like this. I really don't like this. Come on. Time to box now, Charles. Time to hit that pit.
Boxing.
Come on, box, box, box. Yes! Is George boxing? No. Okay, well, George is a little bit further back. That's okay. Whew. Right, just need to stay ahead of George for another lap or two until he boxes. 3.7.
No.
And they'll get
Sorry,
blue
Ben.
flag pretty quickly for Charles Leclerc.
Wait,
Norris
looks
sets the
like a pit
fastest
stop
lap, and
issue.
he's going to get the lead here. I think it's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight. There's Norris. Norris into the lead, but he had been out on those tyres
Okay,
for a
Alonso
little while.
ahead.
How long's he been on those tyres? 3 laps.
It will be
George with
22
slightly
laps to
fresher
go.
rubber.
To charge on.
Yeah.
Yep.
I really hope George boxes this lap. There's the impending blue flags for Lance.
Okay, now
Norris
blue
and
flag for
Charles.
Stroll. Blue
Oh,
flag
yellow flag.
Stroll.
Someone making a little mistake. Albon's into the pits. again, we're getting that weird glitch there, unless that's a balcony. I don't think it is. Just for some reason, there's a glitch on the Williams box here. It's an odd one. Russell's into the pits. I can finally calm the tyres down.
Copy.
Soft tyres. Russell's going to come out behind Leclerc. Stroll has let them through. Stroll might get out ahead of George here. He yields. Good lad.
Just hold back a little bit.
Confirm.
Right, Alonso ahead of Albon. Hadjar into the box. Not a good stop. Bit of a delay on that one there. Soft tyres going on. He's comfortably ahead of Lindblad though. Now I need Alonso to use all his wiles and racecraft. Albon using battery on us.
Okay, copy.
Now watch the speed here from Albon. Going through turn 3. Just whoomp away. And he's very happy about that. Into the pits comes Oscar Piastri and Ollie Behrman. Max has gone through. There goes Hamilton. Oscar will get out ahead of Carlos Sainz. Right, I don't think we've got the pace to stay with Albon, but we have used him to drag us towards the back of Sergio Perez, who I think might need to stop again. I never actually paid attention to how much fuel it is around this circuit.
We will go to high fuel now.
Copy.
Okay, mode push.
Yeah.
Laps to go. Colapinto's in. Albon gets past Perez. Sainz is in as well.
Okay to push.
Sainz dropping down behind Lindblad. Might lose out to Ocon. Not this time. In the Mobile Cup Series? Yes, I did pick the worst team, but that was a deliberate choice.
No more overtake.
Yep.
Good lap.
Stroll sets the fastest lap, a
Okay,
134.2.
charge on. Charge on.
Yep.
Let's go up the inside. Yes, there we go. Good move, Fernando. Right, Hamilton and Piastri about to do battle once again, as is Leclerc and Norris. Here comes Oscar. Hamilton driving very defensively. And Oscar has to bail out of it. And Norris did get ahead of Russell. Leclerc's right there as well. And so's Antonelli. We've got a four-way fight for the lead here. How much does this game cost? It depends whether you get it on sale or not. If you get it on sale, you can get it really cheap. We had a $2.99 sale a couple of months ago on Steam. I wouldn't recommend paying full price for it at this day and age now, unless you're desperate to play it. But you know, if you want to play it and think you've got some patience, I would say wait for a sale. It pops up on sale quite a bit now. A couple of years old, and I would get 24. I wouldn't get any of the previous versions. 24 is easily the best one of the three. Wow, of the two actually, because 22 is delisted now. So Perez has boxed and has come out behind Sergio Perez. No, sorry, behind Lance Stroll. Let's hope we can keep him there.
Bottas ahead. The next car behind is Perez.
Bottas is behind us as well.
Perez 4 behind. Let's add the lift and coast back in.
Okay.
Just keep hanging in there.
Norris has taken the lead from Charles Leclerc. Check in with Max, see what he's up to. Pootling around in 5th place, 26 seconds behind Antonelli. 5 seconds clear of Gasly, and looks like he might be pulling away a bit, or he did on that last lap. It's my pace against Albon's. Oh, it's nowhere, is it? I mean, our target for Alonso is 20th today. Target for Stroll is 21st. We are on target for that at the moment. Don't think anyone else is going to stop now. I think that's it for everybody. So we need to basically hold on. Oh, yellow flag. Someone running a little wide. Yeah, Bortoletto.
Right, we're down at turn 5.
Just cut the inside of the corner.
Oh,
Look.
we've seen a few go off the track there. And you
There he
really
goes.
can't do that too often with these cars.
So our job now is to stay ahead of Valtteri and stay ahead of Perez. Perez is going to be harder to do because it's Stroll. It's an older spec car.
Yeah, tires are looking good.
And he's on newer, fresher, soft tyres. But I think we've got a good chance of staying ahead of Valtteri. Ollie Behrman now putting pressure on Lewis. Oh, that's a lovely move. Sweeping on through. Hamilton really struggling with that gearbox. I think it's gearbox issue that he's got. Have a quick gander actually, see if it is gearbox. It is gearbox. I was right. Carlos Sainz now eyeing up a move on Arvid Lindblad. And then we've got Lawson and Ocon close in the battle behind as well. I imagine this will be a move through. Oh, it's a VSC. Ooh, okay. It's a full safety car. Safety car is coming out. Let's see if we can figure out why. Don't be Stroll. Don't be Stroll. It's not Perez or Stroll. It's not Valtteri. It's not Alonso. Aha. There's the reason. This might go red flag.
Safety car, stay
It is.
out, stay
It's
out.
a red
You need
flag.
Plus on the delta time. Plus on the delta time.
Are they both out?
Charge on.
Bortoletto is definitely
just a
out.
plus on delta
I don't know
time.
if Albon's just stuck in that, not able to actually move
Try and keep this
past.
tire alive.
But what that does mean is that I can now put on a brand new set of soft tyres for both of my drivers, and I can fix that front wing for free. And we can maybe have a little bit of fun in the closing laps. How many laps do we have left? It'll be lap 46, I think, when we get going. So that'll be 12 laps. 12 laps. All right. There we go. We are prepped and ready. Let's see the incident. It is just Bortoletto that's out.
I don't know actually what happened.
He tried to do a stroll.
It's
And
not going the
did
way the
do
team
a
had
stroll,
hoped today.
only slightly less
That is for sure.
destructively. All right, as always, because we've got a VSC safety car red flag situation during a race, we're going to take advantage of that to pop a quick ad break. But when we come back, we'll change the tyres over and we'll get the race back underway. So see you in a second. Yes, I do mean fun with the game, Michael. For those who've seen Predator. I'm a happy some fun. I'm a having some fun. I'm a having some fun. So, we're going to be 18th and 20th on the restart.
A sense of deja vu here as the drivers once again face the countdown. And it's lights out and away we go.
And immediately we lose a place each. Oh, well, no. Alonso just about stays ahead of Valkyrie. But Stroll lost out. I forgot to change his wing. Oh, damn it.
Keep going. You're doing
Forgot
good.
to change his front wing. Never mind. Wow, lap 47. It's an extra lap less than I thought. I thought we'd be starting on lap 46.
Understood.
Copy.
Oh, Stroll fighting his way back through.
Copy.
Good job. Perez ahead.
Ah, but we've got to overcome the slipstream. And we couldn't. Might get him in the
So just
braking
need to
zone, though.
charge on.
Yeah.
Let's use the free air.
Okay.
And we do.
Copy.
Just about get the position back.
Great job. Got Bottas ahead.
10 laps to go. Let's calm down the tyres so they don't destroy themselves. I have Stroll and always defend. Yeah, I do, because I want to see if I can get, stay ahead of Perez.
Yep.
Because I don't think we will without it. Like I said, it's Stroll, and he's on a, he's got lower spec parts on the car now. Alonso, though, is free to go for it. Hadjar fighting with Hamilton. about to lose another place here. He is. Oh, and look at that. Sneaking his way past Oscar Piastri. Lovely move. We're under pressure from Valtteri. Valtteri's shutting the door on us. But we haven't drained all of our battery, so we've got enough to fight back. Both drivers one place ahead of their targets. So we have a little bit of leeway here. That retirement from Bortoletto has basically meant that we can afford to finish behind both of the Cadillacs. But I'd rather not do that for obvious reasons.
Yeah, copy.
Okay.
Know your place, Stroll. Don't cry.
Copy.
Nearly got there.
Copy.
We've got enough battery to launch an attack here, though.
Copy.
If there's a window left for us. Nope, there isn't. Clever driving from Valtteri.
Copy.
So this time I'll have to attack a little earlier.
Okay.
Copy.
Valtteri again, look, driving very defensively. But we sneak our way through with a last gasp lunge. And we have the position.
Copy.
Perez trying to get past Stroll in the background as well.
Good job. Come on.
Mode push.
That sends Stroll after Valtteri.
Try and close the gap.
Copy.
So, Norris still leads from Charles Leclerc. All over us, look. Russell third, Antonelli right behind him in fourth. Max is fifth, sixth for Behrman, seventh for Gasly, eighth for teammate Colapinto. Good day for Alpine so far. Ninth is Piastri, 10th for Hajar, 11th is Sainz just outside the points. Here comes Valtteri steaming through with some battery. Let's see if we can hold him off. Haven't quite shut him down. Give him a little nudge. non-contact nudge, but it was enough. We're getting ahead, and now we might be able to draft Stroll through. Oh, we're not getting ahead. Ah, Valtteri squeezes us out.
Okay, copy. Understood.
Fernando having a look back. Go for it, go for it, go for it. Yes! Yes!
Okay, copy.
Good man.
Copy.
Stroll is perfectly placed to put the pressure
Let's
on.
recharge a bit.
Okay.
And he gets through.
Copy.
Superb. Come on, give me the... Yes, bye-bye.
Yes. Bye-bye.
I love that little quote from Fernando. We don't get to hear it very often. And now we've got Stroll sitting in front of Valtteri. See, Stroll's happy as well. A beautiful opportunistic overtake there.
Yes.
And he's a happy man too. We are beating Cadillac. Both Cadillacs. That's probably as high as we're going to get. But I'll take it. 18th and 19th. Let's see what's going on at the front. Leclerc still stalking Norris. Antonelli still stalking Russell. Max has joined the fight now. He's looking to take 4th place away. That safety car's absolutely benefiting him. He was nowhere.
Okay, understood.
He was, what, 26 or so seconds? Over 20 seconds behind Antonelli. And now, he's in the fight for 4th. And potentially, the fight for the podium or a win. If he's lucky enough. If he can punch through quickly enough. Stroll's tyres are cooking themselves a little quicker than I'd like. I'll just ease them down slightly. Valtteri coming under pressure from his own teammates. That's good.
Confirm.
And let's see if I can get Alonso any closer to the back of Albon, Hulkenberg, Lawson and Lindblad, who might even get held up by Hamilton.
Copy.
He's been passed by Ocon. I don't know if he has the pace to be able to get back ahead of him. Or even stay with him, for that matter. We know how sick that Ferrari engine is right now. Wasn't dirty yet. Well, he was. He won't be so much now. He's... Oh, hello.
Is the engine okay?
Maybe not, Lewis. Maybe not. So it looks like he's got gearbox and engine issues now. Hulkenberg and Albon are fighting side by side. Alonso is rocketing up to them. Turn the tyres back up now that we've got a nice
push.
gap of 5 seconds.
Copy. Copy.
Okay, copy.
Copy.
Hamilton is hanging on to the back of Ocon. Look at that, 134.3 last time round. Mighty lap. But we can't do that again because we don't have the battery to do that again. Russell gets ahead of Leclerc, or does he? They are side by side. Leclerc has actually snuck back ahead. These three starting to just edge away a little bit from Antonelli and Verstappen. Here comes George again. Gets up the inside, but can he complete that move? No, he gets chopped a little
Rear's
bit.
getting hot is the limitation now.
And Leclerc stays ahead of Russell. Covers him off nicely. Right, 2 laps to go. Can we get Alonso a little bit higher? Albon has an issue.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
And he's right in front of us. He's the next car up.
Tire temps.
Copy.
All right. 2 laps to go. We've got plenty of tyre, plenty of fuel. Negligible on battery. Still rocking that damaged front wing as well. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't change it. It means I'm not wasting a wing. I'll have an extra one in stock.
Copy.
Mode push.
Yeah.
Final lap. Norris has broken clear. Stroll has broken clear of Valtteri. I don't think we've got the pace to catch up now unless someone makes a mistake.
Copy.
We don't have any battery to play with. Whatever we burn now is going to hurt us at the end of the lap. Maybe not even the end of the lap. Russell gets ahead of Charles Leclerc. He's 2.5 seconds behind Norris. Antonelli is safe at the moment from Max. And yeah, we're out of battery. Is there one little twist in the tail here at the end of the lap between Russell and Leclerc? Albon gets back ahead of Hulkenberg. I think Russell is probably safe. And he is. Norris wins.
Lando Norris wins it. He's first over the line. And Lando Norris picks up the win.
I don't think anyone could be disappointed with a race like that. A consummate professional through and through.
Alonso brings it home in 18th. It's 19th for Stroll. He beat both the Cadillacs. I'll settle for that. And both drivers ahead of their targets with the sponsors.
I can't imagine Fernando Alonso will want to dwell on that today.
It's been a very frustrating day for them, and they leave without any points. That's not the sort of performance we'd expect to see, really.
Lando Norris certainly loves a podium, heading up there now to celebrate again.
Their first win of the season, and the team looking on will be very proud, I'm sure.
And after a hot and sweaty Miami Grand Prix, I think this is as good a time as any
Such an ugly
to
trophy,
cool
isn't
off.
it? The Miami trophy. I'm not entirely sure what it's supposed to represent, but it looks like a pillar standing up for the overpass.
So, Karun, with the garages full of activity, what's the mood like down at Aston Martin now?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
And with that, our weekend in Miami now draws to a close.
For the next round, the teams are travelling to the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve for the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal.
So, confirmation of the final result. It's a win for Lando Norris, his first win of the season. George takes second. Charles Leclerc in third. Antonelli in fourth with the fastest lap. Fifth place for Max. Sixth for Behrman. Good race for Behrman. Up 5 places. Then Gasly in seventh. Oscar eighth. Ninth for Colapinto. Hadjar gets the final points in 10th, recovering after a terrible qualifying, going out in Q1, although helped a little bit by Hamilton's pace issues. Then it was Sainz in 11th. 12th for Ocon. 13th for Hamilton, down 8 places in the end. Lawson in 14th. 15th for Lindblad. 16th for Hulkenberg. 17th for Albon. 18th and 19th for Alonso and Stroll, finishing ahead of Bottas and Perez, 20th and 21st. Both Cadillacs beaten, and with Bortoletto out, not a bad result, all things considered. So George sits top of the drivers' standings with 95 points, 25 points across this weekend. Antonelli second, picking up 20 points across race and sprint. Max in third, picks up 16 points, as does Charles Leclerc. Third for Max with 64. Leclerc up a place into fourth with 55 points, 3 ahead of Oscar Piastri, who has 52. 27 points gained for Norris means he moves up above Hadjar into 6th place with 49 points now. Hadjar on 27. Hamilton on 17. Then it is Behrman up 5 places with 8 points today, puts him on 10 overall. Gasly up 3 places as well into the top 10. He has 8 points. That moves him ahead of Esteban Ocon, who also has 8 points. Bortoletto has 4 points in 12th. Colapinto gains 2 to get up to 4 himself, but he stays behind Bortoletto in 13th. Lawson is 14th. And that's it for the scorers. Everyone else still on 0. That's Sainz, Hulkenberg, Lindblad, Albon, Alonso, Bottas, Perez, and Stroll. In the constructors' standings, it is 176 points for Mercedes, 45 points this weekend. McLaren, a big haul of points for them. 36 sees them move above Red Bull by 10 points. They're now on 101. Red Bull on 91. Ferrari on 72. Haas now up to 18 points. And Alpine move above Sauber. They're on 12. Then it is, I keep calling them Sauber because they're listed as that. Audi gets 4 points, and then it's 2 points for RB. Williams have 0 points, as do we in 10th, and Cadillac in 11th. Into the pit stops. Let's see. We got the second fastest stop of the day with Alonso. I'm so glad that I didn't change his wing to affect that pit stop there. Unfortunately, we did not get on the leaderboard with Stroll. Let's have a look. Stroll's best stop was a 2.8. Yeah, so not even close. He was a full 10th and change behind Norris's stop. But McLaren getting 1st and 10th today. Aston, us in 2nd. 18 big points indeed. RB in 3rd. Alpine getting 4th and 7th. Ferrari in 5th. Cadillac 6th and 8th. Red Bull in 9th. The standings look like this. McLaren stay top. They're on 87 points. Cadillac stays 2nd. They're on 62, but we halve the gap. We are on 57 points now, moving back ahead of RB by 2 points. 5 behind Cadillac. Then it's Red Bull with 33 points. Ferrari 1 point behind with 32. Alpine on 30. Mercedes on 24. Williams on 18. 6 for Audi and 0 points for Haas. Both drivers hit their sponsor targets, and we could have gone higher, but invariably, if I'd done that, we might not have picked up what we did. So at least we got some money. 827,000 added to the bank. Let's head back to HQ and start prepping for Canada. All right, let's see then. We've got 18 days to go, and we've got new parts dropping in 3 days that we can then start to build. We're also going to get our sponsor plan through in just over a week. Let's dive into the inbox first of all. Post-race data, what happened to our cars. So we destroyed the front wing, which we knew about. That was Alonso. The rear wing failed, which I was expecting. We lost the suspension, which I was kind of hoping we wouldn't do, but never mind. And then, of course, we destroyed a chassis, suspension, and rear wing with Stroll when he crashed. He also mashed up his powertrain a bit as well, which is why he's on a new engine, ERS, and gearbox. And even that new gearbox is not looking too clever. We've lost a bit of performance with Daniel Ricciardo, just as I was considering putting him in the car. I think we'll keep Stroll on the car, but I am going to see if I can renegotiate his wage down. Let's see. I'm not going to extend his contract. I'm just going to offer him a new one. 1 season, a lot less money than that. Even if I only drop it down by $1 million, it's still saving a little bit of money that we shouldn't be paying out that much for him. It's too much. It's too much. Let's fix the car. Do I have any wings left? Yes, I do. There we go. Let's check in with the board. See what the board thought of that. I'm hopeful they're going to be happy with that. They were happy with Miami. Hey, it's so nice to have low expectations from the board for a change. So we stay in high confidence. That's good. Finances are not looking quite so clever. We're starting each month with a bit of loss before our pay packets come through from the FIA, but we're okay. We're keeping ourselves in a healthy balance as soon as the first day of the month is gone. Right. Let's see. Icon, you can cheerlead Stroll as much as you want. I'm not keeping him. I am getting rid of him. Let's see. We have a quick gander at the facilities. Everything should be fine for a little while yet. And it is. Although a couple of things are wearing out quite quickly. The helipad and the boardroom are wearing out a little faster than I expected. So, let's advance time. Get those new parts. Oh, something purple. Oh, for fuck. Would you like to build some new parts? Well, you can't, because your factory's on fire again. Jesus Christ. 12 days! There goes getting any chance of getting those parts in for Canada. We really could have done with those parts at Canada as well. God damn it. Every time. Every time. So we're going to have new speed parts available for Monaco. Yeah, a lot of good they'll do there. God damn it. I can't believe they set the factory on fire just in time, or just before we're about to start building our new parts. It's just typical. Absolutely typical. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Another 10 days to go yet. So the chassis design is complete. Gives us a nice little bit of a boost, as with the side pods. Stoffel has lost a bit. Again, not surprising, given that he's not training himself at the moment. Mentality might also not be helping, given that he's neutral. If he was positive, maybe he'd hang on a little bit longer. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. Oh yes, I was going to have a look at maybe what a base upgrade wing would do, because I don't think I can really afford to do another intense wing. They're 5.5 mil each. What I can do though, while I've got the cash, and before I forget, because we wasted the last ATR, literally wasted it, is we can now get some research done on the chassis. Now that this is done, the build project is done, we can drop our research in. We're gonna need a couple of those, aren't we? There we go. Let's get that done, so we are using our ATR this time. We're not forgetting to do that. Sponsor review coming up in 9 days. We'll get some money just before the factory is put out. Alonso has accepted my contract offer. So he will immediately switch over to a new 4-year deal. So it's basically a 3.5-year deal to replace his outgoing contract, which only has like 7 months left on it. But that's at 20 mil a year. So he'll be on 17.5 mil a year for the next 4 seasons. Confirm that. That will save me a little bit of extra cash going forward. Not a huge amount, but, you know, 2.5 mil over a year. It's not bad. Let's see. Neutrals, 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 neutrals. Again, just the bottom 3 positive. Everyone's unhappy with the car, unsurprisingly. Not a lot I can do about that at the moment, unfortunately. But what we can do is get some more money from the sponsors. Here we go, another 5.775 mil. No mandatories. 6.6 mil. Let's start designing a couple more upgrades. Why have you stuck all my engineers on there? That's because I got 2 engineers back. It's that weird bug that kicks in sometimes when you send engineers off for sponsor work. So let's design a new suspension. And let's take some life out of that. Let's try and edge a bit more tyre wear on there. Don't want to go too much. Two clicks, I think, is enough. And again, we're going to go intense on that again. And then as much as I want to get another part done, I need to have cash to get those upgrades started, and I'm about to spend 3 million if I do another part, so we'll hold off on that. But what I will do is go for a new basic rear wing for 1.8 mil. Go. And that leaves me 1.8 mil to start building the new parts the second our factory stops smoking. So 800k for a fuel advert featuring our head of aero. Let's get Danny Brick doing something. Let's get Stroll doing something. I don't want to put 2 factory events on. Let's go with that one. And then I need a little bit extra. Let's go with the sporting director. There we go. Welcome back, Nexus. All right. Mari Boyer goes up to a 70 overall. Is our factory no longer on fire? Yay! There we go. Good stuff. Right, let's start building the new Mark III chassis. Cost me too much. 2 of those. And what's it? Side pods, wasn't it? Let's get one of those going. How long to the Grand Prix? 4 days. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get the next one going after that. In fact, let's take one chassis off and add a second one of those just in case it finishes on the Sunday. Okay, so we've got 2 new upgrades in the pipeline now, and we've got 2 more that we're just starting to design. Plus, we're getting our first big research project done to try and cover off the chassis losses next season. Let's advance time. Okay, so now we need to check to see if we're going to get an Aduo. So we're going to create a save, or update our save more appropriately. There we go. And let's bring back the database editor. Let's load in the actual save. And let's go to news. Let's regenerate news. And no, we do not have a turning point yet. It's a bit of a shame. All right, well, let's take a quick look at performance. See where we stand. We are closing the gap back up to Cadillac. They are 3 points ahead of us in terms of current active completed development. This is the development graph rather than what's actually fitted. There you can see the difference between our 2 cars. Maybe this is what's fitted then. No, it's not. Yeah, you can see Mercedes, their development is a total of 53.2%. And their cars are fitted at 52.46. So, yeah, this is what's actually been developed. This is what's actually fitted. So you can see Williams currently the 3rd worst team. And then it's VCarb, Audi mid-pack at the moment. But Mercedes clearly ahead at the moment by 2.5%, and a bit more than that actually as well. Let's take a quick look. You want to see who got driver of the day? Let's find out. Driver of the day was Lando Norris, who got the win. RL Tools. RL Tools, any idea what that is, Nexus? I don't think I've seen that or noticed that before. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, it's you can download the results. Okay. I do remember a patch note saying that you could export data now, but I just assumed it was season-only data. I didn't realize you could actually download an individual race. Okay, so, yeah, driver of the day, Lando with the win. Fastest lap for Kimi. that's how things currently stand. Let's take a look at our head-to-head comparison here. Surprise, surprise, it's 4-0 in racing and qualifying for Fernando over Stroll. We are 16th against 20th in qualifying and 16th against 19th in the race. Yeah, no real surprise there. Okay, we'll keep checking the database now on a race-by-race basis to see if we get an engine turning point. Hopefully we will, because I am very curious as to how that's actually going to work. I know it was a feature that was initially part of the integration of the database with the online editor, and of course those have gone their separate ways now. But I don't think that will still stop the turning points from working. I don't know. We'll find out, I suppose. And if we don't see one soon, then I might have to get in touch with Ignacio and find out what is going on with that. But right, that's where we are going to leave it for today. We got ourselves into an okay position. Of course, a factory fire certainly did not help us getting prepped for Canada. It would have been really nice to have the new chassis and side pods here. As it is, we're going to have to wait until we get to Monaco for those, where they're going to make very little improvement to the car. In the grand scheme of things, they were tooled for speed, and that's the one thing that we didn't really need more of at Monaco. It was downforce that we desperately needed for Monaco. So, yeah. Bit of a problem, but it is what it is, I suppose. We are going to call it here. I'll be back tomorrow at the usual time of 8 p.m. for round 5 as we head to Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. If you have enjoyed tonight's race and you haven't done so already, give us a thumbs up. Would be much appreciated. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're not yet subscribed, and click on the bell for notifications on when stream starts and anything else that pops up on the channel as well. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.